2-time Welsh and Scottish Open champion, the Tyneside Terror, Gary Wilson! He's a former winner of this event, the record-breaking 8-time Masters and UK champion and 7-time champion of the world, the Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan!
Gary, do you want to talk?
Ronnie O'Sullivan and a big crowd are made for each other. Gary Wilson hoping to be the villain of the piece this afternoon, because the vast majority of this audience would love to see a virtuoso performance from the Rocket. Wilson will get the ball rolling. He's a big outsider. 4-1 against to win this match. I've seen Ronnie O'Sullivan 6-1 on.
The first frame, Gary Wilson to break.
Even with the application of check side and playing on a new cloth, O'Sullivan's pace control, pretty good.
Yeah, Gary is obviously going to have to score, as you always have to in this company and this type of occasion, but it's also going to be interesting to see if he can handle the O'Sullivan safety game.
Wilson's only win over O'Sullivan was 4-3 in the last 32 of the Scottish Open in 2022, a tournament he went on to win. He had breaks of 83, 82, 72, and in the decider under pressure, a very nice 73, so he has to cling on to that kind of thought. I've done it once, I can do it again.
First mini victory then. Falls to Gary. Can he make good on it? This start is so important, isn't it? We saw the match with Judd and Mark Williams how important that first frame was when Judd should have won it and didn't. Got to take advantage of almost every opportunity that comes his way. Okay, it wasn't a sitter, half blind. Now this is a proper chance.
Quizzical look on the face of O'Sullivan. That's the kind of ball he's most likely to miss very early on.
One. Seven. Eight.
Wilson's ability to score must never be underestimated. He's made 236 career centuries, 5 of which have been maximums. At the UK Championship in 2019, he made 4 consecutive
14
centuries in a match. I think that's
15.
one of the reasons why he becomes so frustrated. He knows how good he is. But sometimes, Alan, being an utter perfectionist can be self-destructive.
Yeah, I thought his temperament actually was superb against Zhang Anda. Because he didn't play anywhere near his best. And Zhang's not, you know, the quickest player on the tour, I think that's fair to say. So
21.
he could easily have got frustrated, especially in the mid part of the match where Zhang Anda was kind of looking stronger. But he held firm and played well at the end of the match.
22.
Same with Mark Allen, actually. He was the same, wasn't he, against John Higgins? And then against Ding. I've been impressed with him. His attitude's been very good. Quite a nice chance, this, isn't it? Still 6 or 7 reds.
28.
Fairly straightforward. 2 or 3, you know, near
29.
cushions, so it eases the burden just a fraction. But he can't afford to miss
Gary Wilson,
these
29.
opportunities. He simply can't afford it. It wasn't the pink so much, it was the poor shot. He should have been much straighter on it. If O'Sullivan sinks this opening red, he could be off and running. Big shot, this.
Oh, yes.
Asking Paul Collier to clean the cue ball. When you're close to the cushion, you're hitting the white ball on the top. That means there can be the possibility of a kick, and you don't want any debris on the white.
One. 7.
You know what I thought was revealing? Rob Walker's interview with Ronnie O'Sullivan, talking about all
8.
the semi-finals he's been in. And he said, I'm sure you don't remember your first. And immediately he said, yes, I do. He even knew the score, where it was, who he'd beaten, who he'd lost to. All of this about not interested in records. I'm not so sure.
15. $16.
Yeah, he knows all right. I did a nice piece with him a couple of years ago in his mum's house, and the trophy cabinet, all the junior trinkets and trophies were still
23.
there, and he remembered all of them. Talking about pro-ams and who he played,
24.
how he won, how much he won.
And sometimes we forget O'Sullivan's first ranking event
31.
semi-final was over 30 years ago. The
32.
longevity is mind-boggling.
$39.
Not only a terrific pot, but he has. It looks like the perfect angle on this black to play a cannon.
$47.
Having to lean over just a little too far, that would compromise alignment.
$48.
It was the pink, but it was out of the blue.
48.
So both have missed pinks now.
Yeah, and it was a thick miss, which is the way. Sorry, my mistake. It was thin. A blur, wasn't it? But so
1.
the second decent chance for Gary.
$8. $9.
All balls are important, but how often is a frame determined by who pots the last red? This could well be another.
Yeah, it was a pity for him. He couldn't
16.
do anything about getting on the red, but is he playing the double?
17.
Super shot. And not only that, he looks to have the perfect angle on the black. This is a natural. The only concern maybe is the brown. Oh, he hasn't hit it, has he? He's short of pace, still on the yellow, but he can't hold for the green.
24.
He played it awful quickly, I thought, the black. Then he could have done with just a few seconds just to think about it. Yeah, well done. I mean, it looked thin, but no hesitation. He looks very in the mood to be aggressive. I think that's a good ploy. I don't think he's going to get the better of O'Sullivan if it goes in any way scrappy. Should win the frame now.
$29.
10 to the good, so brown and blue needed.
$33. $38. Gary Wilson, 38.
The pink causing all kinds of problems. The difference is 19. One snooker needed. Alan, when you need one snooker with pink and black remaining, you're kicking against the wind, of course, but it's definitely worth carrying on.
Oh, definitely. Gary's very good tactically, though. You wouldn't imagine Ronnie's going to get a good chance. Yeah, that's the clever way. Just get the pink safe and wait for something that you can get on board with. Here's a half chance. Problem is, it doesn't want to shove the pink over the green pocket. Yeah, great effort, but it should be a straightforward hit.
Tell you one thing Wilson will not do. He'll play a sensible shot. He won't try and trickle the cue ball like Judd Trump did yesterday in the third frame. Fell victim to the ball rolling off and indirectly lost the frame as a consequence. Another good try, but the cue ball just skidded on slightly too far.
Foul. Gary Wilson, 6, frame conceded,
That
frame
puts
Gary
the
Wilson.
seal on it now. Ronnie O'Sullivan was in on 48, missed the pink surprisingly. And in the end, the first frame falls to the outsider.
The second frame, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Just a few latecomers getting back into the arena. I must say, whoever wins the tournament, whoever gets to the final, this week has been an unqualified success. This is a brand new venue for snooker, and it has been top-notch, world-class.
Yeah, it has been excellent. People in Manchester have embraced it, as we knew they would. Down to the semi-finals now, one table in the round, no distractions, there you go. Nice hospitality packages available today and tomorrow, and obviously for the final. Terrific way to come and watch snooker these days.
Not a bad attempt, actually, but it just grazed that near jaw, and there's no way it's going to fall in when that happens.
So another decent opening for Gary. Ronnie not absolutely on it just yet. I know it's still early days.
One.
Maybe not the best analogy given the weather we've had this week, but Wilson has to make hay while the sun shines. While O'Sullivan is still bedding into the match, he needs to apply some pressure.
7. Eight. 13. 14.
He's not been upbeat this week, but he's got reasons
16.
to be cheerful. Because
17.
regardless of what happens today, he's going to go to the Crucible as the world number 10. That's his best ever ranking by 2 places. If he were to prevail today and then win the final, it would be better than that.
22. 23.
Well, this is the angle he's been looking for the last few shots on the blue. Just depends which way he wants to attack the 6 red triangle. Maybe a glancing blow off the right of them. That's what he was looking at. Yeah, that's a poor shot. That should be end of break, barring a plant. He's got into the cue ball too much. It was the glancing blow he was after.
Gary Wilson, 28.
Didn't take an awful lot of time on that safety.
Yeah, the glance off the trio, or the 4 reds together, isn't all that difficult. That's what he's playing, but he must avoid yellow-blue. That was the problem. That's what he was worried about. Obviously going to separate those 4. And contact on colour. He knew he would be giving O'Sullivan some sort of opening.
The only solace for Wilson, all 3 high-value colours not where they normally are. And basically the positional requirement made him miss that red with the rest.
One.
Yeah, twice across with the cue ball, tracking almost the red that's touching the pink. I mean, there are other alternatives there, but that might be the one he's tracking. Yeah, changed his mind, but played that lovely.
4.
I suppose with a healthy lead as he has at the moment, it's just a case of pick them off, even although it is bulk colours, chiefly for the time being.
Gary Wilson, 4.
A very bad ball to miss.
Yeah, Stephen said it, didn't he? It's not the difficult ones that will hurt. It's shots like that, you can't miss those. Right, you're going to miss the odd one, but in general, got to make all those decent chances count to the full. This doesn't look a great chance yet, but it might do in a few shots' time.
One. Four.
Part of the problem with the black as it is, if he potted the black, it would be tied up because it would go in its own spot. So there's quite a lot to work out.
5.
Using the ball colours as stepping stones
8.
to bigger things, hopefully.
Nine.
Maybe push the red onto the black spot here. That's what he tried. He nearly did. Does it go on its spot? If it does, it's obviously tied up, but he can get back up table. That was a terrific effort. If the red goes on the black spot there, he's in
16.
business.
Yeah, now he's paying a congestion charge.
$17. Oh. 20.
Admonished himself before that red, saying hit the ball. Well, he hit that one nicely.
$25. $26.
At least he's
Ramble.
back in the frame.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 26.
the last time these two played in the quarter-final of the World Grand Prix. O'Sullivan won 5-1, and he had some very good slices of fortune. The boot was on the other foot there.
Cheers.
For the first half of his career, O'Sullivan hated these kinds of disjointed, scrappy frames. I think now he views them as a challenge.
Foul. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 7.
Not exactly influential, I don't think, this shot, but 7 points for O'Sullivan. You don't look a gift horse in the math.
It's one of those frames, the way it is at the moment, it's almost impossible to... Well, now the black's on the spot, I suppose it's not impossible, but pot the red and get an angle on a colour to promote the other two. It's more a case of you want to pot the red and play a safety, try and force your opponent to make the first play in those two reds. Now that helps it, but Ronnie has left this red, and it's one that Gary can't refuse. Pretty much has no other shot. Confidently played.
1.
Yeah, worth another look. That was a terrific pot, guaranteed to leave one the way he played it. Now he'd love to get low of straight on this red, this next one, to bring the other one into play straight away. Been able to do that, so
5. Six.
yeah. I don't think this time he'd be able to leave a double on the last red. That'll just be a good safety shot, you would think. Well,
Gary Wilson 6.
will Ronnie be tempted? Because with the low cue ball, it might be on with the black waiting. The double.
And just like the opening frame, the second frame might well be all about the last red. So many frames fall like this. That red needs to apply the brakes.
Foul.
What a
Ronnie
calamity.
O'Sullivan 7. Free ball.
Yeah, at first glance it does appear a calamity, but at least Gary got the cue ball in the baulk cushion and didn't leave a pot on. Actually not that bad, because, you know, dead weight, he shouldn't be leaving this red. Alright, it might not reach the first time, but he had something of a result there, did Gary.
And a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
Ronnie thinks he can snick this in. Foul, but
Gary Wilson 4.
Alan, you're the master of angles. That's not the kind of in-off you can really legislate for.
you know, it was one of them. If he was playing it with running side, he had to play it with check to get the pot thin. You play it with check, as he had to there, Ronnie, then it's a little bit less predictable, the path of the cue ball. What a chance this is now. This is a big moment in this match to get 2-0 in front, even although he hasn't played anything like his best game yet, Gary. What a start this would be. Yes, it'd be scrappy, and he wouldn't be feeling cock-a-hoop about it, but they all count the same. Pink needed.
5. Nine. $14.
Hard to imagine this being missed because he's got nothing to do with the cue ball. This is frame ball.
And the frame, Gary
Scoring
Wilson.
has been blunted. 5 breaks so far, a very modest 38. Nevertheless, Gary Wilson is 2-0 ahead.
Gary Wilson to break.
Yeah, how did they do that in about 3 or 4 seconds?
Here, it's Wilson in pole position. No cause for panic yet. But we saw yesterday Judd Trump make a poor start and never recovered. O'Sullivan needs a good chance to get the cue arm flowing. Knocking a big break and he'll feel a whole lot better.
Turn the phones off, please.
Alan there, the delivery of the cue left an awful lot to be desired.
Yeah, it was one of those, it was tight, wasn't it, whether he could get through. I think he almost talked himself into believing he could get through. Either way, this is the first semblance of what you'd call a proper chance, really, for either player. The premium colours readily available, that's perfect.
Seven. Eight.
As I mentioned in the previous frame, when they met in the World Grand Prix in January, O'Sullivan won 5-1. Lady Luck smiled on more than one occasion
15.
on the world number one, but he also made breaks of 129, 78, 68, 58 and 54. If he scores anywhere near as well as he can, he will win.
That was nicely done, just opening up the black spot
22.
for left corner. And low of straight again.
23.
He can do a little bit more housework and just nestle one or two more reds further away from it. And now, all things being equal, you'd expect him
30.
to win the frame.
31. $38. 39. 46. 47.
'Talking about winning, he's got such a good record in our ITV events. I was looking
53.
back over the last 5 years or so. I think in the last 5 years,
54.
in the big ITV events, he's won 40 of his last 51 matches.
$60. 61.
So one more red with a colour to get to semi-final up and running.
66. 67.
Contrasting frames. Frame 2 lasted 27 minutes.
74.
This one has been on the go for 7 minutes.
75. $81. 82.
'Suddenly the cue
89.
arm is being delivered with great authority.
90.
And that's not a good sign for Gary Wilson.
$96. 97. 102.
The crowd love it.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 102 on the frame.
And with that, he gets off the mark in style. Wilson's lead down to 2-1.
The fourth frame. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
It's a cracking white off the break-off, but the red coming back up the table has scuppered him.
1.
Yes, all in all, that was an excellent pot. He'd no great ambitions of getting on a colour, was relying on luck, so at least he remained in charge of the table. You're right, Phil, it is a big frame.
1.
I think this session, 8 frames as always, is very important for that fella. I'd love to take a lead. I mean, I know it's obvious, but you know, trailing 5-3 or 6-2, obviously could be. You just play it as it comes. I understand that, but it feels like Gary, you know, maybe needs a lead going into this evening.
Foul.
Oh, now then, more damage.
RonnieO'Sullivan 5.
The referee, Paul Collier, will be delighted there's a red on. He didn't want to put these back.
Okay, mini gamble there, just hoping to release the cue ball. This is awkward. Shot. And in business again, O'Sullivan.
8.
What's he got this time now that he's got his tail up?
Nine. $16. 17. 24. 25.
I heard him there let out a sigh. I think he's just
30.
still on this red. Just thinking about O'Sullivan's game, actually,
31.
the way it's not so much developed in the last 5 or 10 years. I do think the modern power game of the Trumps, the Robertsons, Kyron Wilson, that type of player has actually played into O'Sullivan's hands in some ways.
38.
He's not the most powerful player.
39.
And I think he understands pretty much everything about this game, and what he does use is his knowledge and his touch. And almost think his way around the table these days as much as anything. See, I think it plays into his hands
41.
in some way.
$42.
And as he's got older, it is indisputable. His reserve of patience has increased tenfold. A younger man, those first 2 frames would have
47.
tested his patience to the limit and beyond. Might have started
48.
thrashing at a few. Not now.
No, he actually, I think, so far today, he's been quite careful. Trying to force one, see. he's got some power. He's got, you know, more than enough, but
Ronnie
it's
O'Sullivan,
not
48.
his way. Going at full pace.
And to emphasise your point, Alan, that break ended on 48, as did the one in the first frame when he tried to power a pink.
Gary, yeah, he was feel a bit aggrieved there. He came to the table and he was hampered, but that's part of the test. That's, you think about Mark Williams. He comes to the table and thinks, oh, awkward bridging, okay. Let's deal with that then. Lovely shot.
One.
Likewise, O'Sullivan, you come to the table, you just simply have to deal with what's in front of you. It's not easy, because we all like a whinge, no more than myself now and again, but it's part of the test.
Six.
Mathematically on the verge of putting this frame to bed. He needs a red and a colour.
Sweet. All but 2-2 now. See, Gary, just looking at him in his chair
40.
there, he looks a bit fed up, and, you know, I'm not saying that's... See that? You know, shoulder slumped, looking a bit forlorn. I'm not saying that's going to affect him badly going forward, but...
15.
All part of the game, this. You got to stick in your chair and look as if you're still interested in what's going on. Send out good vibes, all that sort of stuff. He's done okay. 2-2's absolutely fine.
22. 23.
The other daunting thing about playing against O'Sullivan, Wilson took 46 minutes of playing time to get 2-0 ahead. Fought so hard to do so. Within 17 minutes, that lead has been erased.
30. 31. $38. 39. 44. 44 on the frame.
There was an early wobble or two, but don't worry, folks. Now the rocket is firing, and he's back on level terms.
In
Thank
the
you, frame
second half of the first
Gary
section
Wilson
here,
to break.
and considering his highest break's only 38, he'd be satisfied enough with 2-2. I'm sure he welcomed the interval as well, because O'Sullivan was just starting to hit his stride. Big 4 frames here, obviously ahead of the night session. Wilson has only actually potted 1 ball since he won that dramatic second frame. Of course, the arena has changed. It's been changed overnight into one table setup. Audience around 3 sides, very much O'Sullivan's territory, you got to say. But of course, Gary Wilson has won 3 ranking finals, so he's used to this as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Gary Wilson reacts. Would he see the 2-2 scoreline? Would he have been happy? Might have been happy beforehand, but as it panned out, it might have been more disappointed of the two. The mid-session interval, maybe it was a chance missed to have a little lead going into the second part of the 8-frame afternoon session. But I must say, this arena, it is exceptional, isn't it, Dave? The crowds have been fantastic all week. And now, of course, just the focus and attention all on the single table setup.
Yeah, there's just a real good feel about the venue, around and about, backstage. Lots of room for everybody. And of course, we're right in the centre of Manchester. Lots of places to go in between sessions.
Yeah, I think it's an important little mini session, particularly for Gary Wilson going into this evening's session. I'm going to stick with Ronnie O'Sullivan. Just keep letting him know that he's still there. If he gets a chance, he's going to take it. Put some sort of pressure on him, but doesn't want to let Ronnie O'Sullivan get into too much of a lead, because we know how good of a front runner he is. Saw that in the Ali Carter match. He just took off. Left Ali Carter in his wake, but that has gone wrong, and this is the chance now Gary Wilson would have wanted.
Yeah, he's going to have to score clearly today. Highest break 38, pot success 83%. These are numbers that need to go up. Such a long match, you're not just going to scrap your way through.
Yeah, and even though he hasn't been overly happy with his performances, Gary Wilson, still, when he gets going, he's such a good scorer. Sometimes when you come through those tough matches, as he has done against Max Selby and Chang Ande, and the shackles can sometimes come off, even when people aren't expecting you to win, that you can just, well, maybe relax a little bit. A good opportunity here now to get some points on the board.
7. Eight. $13. $14.
Gary Wilson, a few moments ago, had a look at the pink into the bottom right corner pocket. He'd love if it did go. It looks very, very tight. He might come down and have another look at it. Now you see. Didn't like it the first time he had a look at it. It might go in, but off the right-hand side of the pocket as we look, but still got other options. I'd love to open up that pink into the, at least one of the corner pockets.
$17.
Well, he's tried to get on this red, which in turn would try and release the black here. It just would have loved for that cue ball just to travel another inch or two down this end of the table, and it would have been perfect. So this could go wrong, but if he gets it right, well, could be a real frame-winning chance.
$18.
Yeah, it's not bad. He'll settle for that.
Wilson 18.
Just the fact that he was bridging over the red just made it that little bit more awkward, and well, you saw the frustration. Never expected him to miss it.
Yeah, and then the reaction, banging that cue into the ground.
One.
Yeah, and as an opposing player, as Ronnie is, he would love to see that. Love to see his opponent showing that frustration, get him at it. But now,
8.
time to capitalise.
9.
Yeah, big moment, I think, because Wilson was looking like he was starting to get going. You saw, it wasn't just one bang, was it? It was several with that cue. And now, of course, he's got to sit and just watch as the greatest break builder we've ever seen goes about his business here. He's already had a century, of course, in frame 3, O'Sullivan.
16. 17. 24. 25. 32. 33.
Yeah, and even though that shot didn't look much, but have a look at the position of the cue ball. Perfect on the blue, just to get on these 2 reds below the pink. Sometimes a little bit of adrenaline, you can overhit that and go a little bit too far, then you're struggling with the cue ball. But I saw that just his touch.
$39.
Could have played that a little bit better. Needed to screw the cue ball back. Be a bit more straighter on this pink. Good recovery. Beautiful shot. Screwing it in off the side cushion. A little bit of left-hand side. Beautifully played.
46.
Check the scores, 35.
53.
Points in front. A couple of reds needed here to thoroughly punish the miss black from Wilson.
54.
'As I said, when he came to the table, he saw Gary
61.
bang the cue on the ground. It sort of gives you a little bit even more focus and attention, and makes the break even more important, just to make your opponent even suffer more in the chair.
62.
And contemplate and rue that miss, because that was a great opportunity for Gary Wilson. And that could affect him. Another wonderful positional shot.
67.
He'd be reeling there in his chair.
Yeah,
68.
and it sort of puts pressure on him next time he gets a chance, doesn't it? He'll be thinking, right, I've got to take it now. And this pressure can build in a match like this. And of course, the worst thing is O'Sullivan starting to play really well from 2-0 down. He's been impressive.
76.
May take the cue ball in and out of balk, in between the yellow and brown. The pace looks pretty good. Yeah, what a shot.
83.
So poised for a second century of the afternoon.
85.
We're very lucky, of course, we get to
88.
see him a lot, but I'm sure there'll be people here today who are watching him live for the first time. What a thrill it must be.
Well, funny you should say that. I was talking to a few people up there in the 1875 club.
92.
And they hadn't seen Ronnie O'Sullivan play live before. Some of them have. Well, I said it would be a real treat just to see him in the flesh and relish these moments as he's coming. Well,
97.
The later stage of his career was still #1 in the world, but just to see him play live, quite incredible. Another century to go.
103.
Yeah, he's thoroughly punished the Gary Wilson error. That's why Wilson was banging his cue into the floor as he feared what was following. And what's followed is a break of 110 from Ronnie O'Sullivan from 2-0 down. He's taken the lead here at 3-2.
Yeah, and it's
Thank
not
you,
something
frame
I
6.
don't blame him for.
Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Don't mind seeing it. It shows you how much it means to him, how much he wants it. As long as it doesn't, as you said, get the better of him. If anything, try and make it inspire him, you know, to fire him up a little bit. But it could have an adverse effect on him. Remains to be seen.
Yeah, I think sometimes with things like that, you're just getting it out of your system. But whatever, he needs to clear his mind now and just focus on this next frame. He's only 1 frame behind, after all, even though Sullivan clearly is playing the better snooker.
Yeah, and he's getting chances. You know, he had a golden chance in that frame, so he's Ronnie O'Sullivan. As well as he's playing, he is given chances to Gary Wilson. He's just got to take them a little bit better. Just coming around, having a look at the pack, always a good idea. Just in case there may be some sort of plant there, but also the fact that don't want to be knocking a red towards this bottom right corner pocket playing this shot. Trying to get the cue ball over behind brown and green, just to cover down the left-hand side of the table. That little kiss on the brown hasn't helped them. So a chance for Gary Wilson to play a similar shot.
Foul.
Wow.
And a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan 4. Back.
Well, that's 2 shots now
Mid
in
distance from
this
the cushion, please, Ollie.
session that he's hit offline. The blue earlier cost him.
Diagonally forward. More. Bit more. And then to your right. Touch more.
It's all right, yeah. Okay. I think a bit further.
It's your discretion now.
Yeah.
It's fine
So you
here.
can see it on there. There's not much in it. So yeah. Ronnie, you okay? Thanks.
Well, is Ronnie eyeing up this red into this bottom right corner pocket? He did have a quick look of it. Now he's having a look at a possible safety shot. But if he can't see a safety shot, he may take this long straight red in. Could hold for the black. If there's one part of his game that has slightly irritated him over the years, it would have been knocking long balls in on a regular basis. Still a great long putter, don't get me wrong, but maybe not in his top 90 or so percent of his other facets of his game. This time he's refusing the long putt, playing the safety, And it looks like he's played a good one. Very good one.
This is what's a little ominous today. He's very disciplined. Even there, just stepped away, asked the referee to look down the line of the shot. All of that, doing everything right. Keeping the pressure on Gary Wilson.
Worst possible outcome for Gary Wilson, leaving that red in the jaws of the pocket and straightforward plant. Hold for the pink into the opposite corner if he wishes.
1.
I don't think the pink pots or respots on its own spot, so I'm not quite sure there's enough room on the black spot. We'll soon find out. Maybe. Yeah, just about.
7.
And that sort of helps Ronnie O'Sullivan. Didn't want it going up on the next available spot, which would have been the brown. Keep it the pink down this end of the table and certainly help his cause.
8.
But hasn't played that too well. Very short with the cue ball. He's got a difficult pot now on the pink. This could go wrong.
But it's gone right. He's looking good, isn't he, here today? I thought he was very relaxed, actually, in the interview with Rob. Again, said all the right things. It has to say it's ominous. He said as well, hasn't he? I mean, he made this public himself. He's working again with Dr. Steve Peters, head of the World Championship, but also here, head of this tournament. So he's in a good place, I think.
$15.
Yeah, he looks very calm, relaxed, and even when he does miss the odd one, he doesn't really sort of beat himself up too much about it. Still gets frustrated when he doesn't play his absolute best.
20.
He's such a perfectionist, but well, yeah, totally agree. He looks
21.
very calm, very relaxed his last few days. Even when he went 2-0 down early on in this match, there was no panic buttons pressed whatsoever.
26.
Probably even relished it. Sort of challenge of it all, how he can react.
27.
Reacted very well.
$32.
Okay. I just spotted something on the cue ball. Paul Collier doing the honours.
33.
Once again, left himself a more difficult pink than he would have liked, but easily dispatched. And the only problem about that shot is the cue ball now has travelled a little bit more of distance.
39.
Ah, lovely.
40.
Right, you can't cue the ball better than that. Beautiful. Right in the heart of the pocket, nicely on the blue.
$45. 46.
If he was 50 points behind, he'd be playing this black and going into the 4 reds. Well, I'm not quite sure he will deal with this shot. Yeah, he's played it, and for this loose red, I think he's okay.
53. Spider.
A bit more awkward with the left hand, so ask for the spider.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 53.
He sort of half laughed that off, but he was gutted to miss it because he was in full control of the frame and taking control of the match. So Gary Wilson, I'm sure, was not expecting to get a chance. Here it is.
One.
And this is where your composure has to be at its best.
8.
Forget about your frustrations, what you've missed, what's gone is gone. You got a good chance. You got to take advantage of it. Keep a clear head.
Cheers. 9.
Well, we've seen a few key clearances in this tournament. This could be another big one coming up. O'Sullivan has started to play really well. One miss, though, has opened the door.
$16. 17.
And apart from winning the frame, I think it's just so important for Gary Wilson, this contribution.
20.
Just for his own confidence, belief.
25.
And of course, strike a blow to his opponent. He's played the little cannon. Has it gone according to plan? Is this red potable? It's pretty tight. He's okay.
32.
Yeah, good shot, and he's got a nice angle. And if this red doesn't pot, the one below the pink, which he's having a look at, if it doesn't pot, he has the perfect angle to play the cannon on the red and bring it into play. So he's played for the red. Oh, has he hit it hard enough? A little wry smile, but
Yeah, sure.
the angle's not
40.
great. And he's asked Paul Collier to have a look at this, because if he hits both red and pink simultaneously, it's a foul. Foul.
Well, it's big because the red's gone in.
I think it was definitely. Yeah.
Pink first, but I don't think the weight can get there.
Right, I think
Wilson's
it
not
was
so sure, but Paul Collier, he's saying it's a foul.
Can you have a look? Is that
Ronnie's sort of not getting
really,
involved.
The replay on there wouldn't show that, so. Because you've got to do it in real time, really.
I'm just thinking if you hit the pink first.
But it was with the contact as well. It was like a thin contact off it when you went into it, so I think it was a foul.
Yeah, I mean, the referee's right on the spot. We're seeing a replay, which is from a slightly different angle. He was right behind it.
Gary Wilson 40,
And
Ronnie O'Sullivan 6.
Gary Wilson's had to accept the decision.
Yeah, big decision as well, isn't it? Look at where the position of the cue ball on the blue. Let's have a look at it again. Oh. Big call.
Cheers.
Well, this red may be potable. Well, not a great shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan there. Red clearly goes past the yellow, so can he compose himself once again? No. No damage done.
Sorry, thanks, Gary. Cheers.
Oh, that little kiss on the blue. He didn't want that. And look where the red is finished. That's unlucky. Oh, he'll be fuming.
Well, it was a big call by the referee, and of course he potted the red, so he could have continued the break. That's the point. You know, these would have been his, but Paul Collier's made an honest decision. He's, as I say, was right behind it.
5.
But the bottom line is O'Sullivan is going to be too clear.
Eight.
Yeah,
12.
Contentious issue that I'm sure will be debated by the lads in the studio and Jill. But it was very, very close. Big decision.
17.
And whatever happens, it's cost Gary Wilson this frame.
Yeah.
Ronnie
It
O'Sullivan
was certainly
17
a
and the
big
frame.
moment, and Ronnie O'Sullivan has now won 4 frames in a row, so with 2 left to play this afternoon, he leads Gary Wilson 4-2.
2 more, of course, in this session, but let's hope that sort of cleared his head as he left the arena. Back down to business.
Yeah, of course, if you scroll back, obviously, the positional shot he played, he left himself. I mean, he actually asked the referee to step forward and look at it because he knew he'd left himself close to it, so the threat of the foul was there. Anyway, that's gone now. We're on to this next frame.
Best way to get over that. Knock a long ball in and come in. Score again. That's better. Lovely shot. Tricky little shot this. He's going to play it with a little bit of pace, get the cue ball out for black. Yeah, nicely played.
9.
Well, that was an aggressive
16.
shot from Gary Wilson. He didn't have to go into the pack. Got a little bit too much on the cue ball. That's why it's ended up on this side cushion. But
17.
good recovery. Pink available into this left corner pocket.
Just give me a second, Gary.
Well, you never know. That we might look back and say that foul's the best thing that could have happened to him. He's come out. He got a great cheer actually from this crowd as he walked back in.
Okay. 23. $24. 29.
Oh,
30.
That was definitely red first.
$37. 38. 45. 46. 53. 54.
Well, this is already his highest break of the day, but of course needs to put the frame away now.
Yeah, just slightly out of position. There's no problem with the blue, but it's just position for the next red. Having a look at the green now. Off 2 cushions, back for one of these loose reds. Oh, that's a nice shot. Lovely shot. And back in prime position.
57.
Yeah, you could be right there in a
58.
strange way. This might, that little sort of contentious issue might just fire him up a little bit. It's amazing how something like
65.
that in a match, you know, can upset you, can focus the mind as well at the same time.
$66.
Well, this is effectively frame ball, and every credit to him the way he's come out and won the frame in a single visit. After everything that had gone on.
69. $70.
Yeah, I think it showed great character. You know, he could have easily dropped his head and sulked a little bit. Felt like everything going against him. But he hasn't done that. Went out, cleared his head, came back in.
77.
Felt a bit of love from the crowd as well. They may have watched it on the monitor. Well, he got a lovely warm reception when he came back in, and maybe it's just
78.
like, it's just got him going a little bit here. It's a wonderful break. Great character shown here.
Yeah, this is sort of snooker you need to play in a big semi-final against Ronnie O'Sullivan.
83.
Pretty swift.
Gary Wilson, 83 on the frame.
83 from Gary Wilson. That's more like it. So only one in it with one to play this afternoon. O'Sullivan leading 4-3.
Ronnie O'Sullivan straight away wanted to clear the black spot area, let the black into open play. Doesn't want to fiddling around playing too many safety shots. A little possible tempter left for Ronnie O'Sullivan into this bottom right corner pocket. Not quite sure whether he'll entertain it or not. Contemplating it. We'll come down this end of the table to see if he does play a safety shot, a containing safety shot. What will he leave? Is it worth taking on? Maybe not. Not this time. Important frame, last one of the session. Does something, little foreign body removed. Yeah, I didn't fancy it.
Dynamic that's changed is that Wilson has now made a frame-winning break. He was struggling to score before that point. And of course, it was an important frame. Had he lost it 5-2 down, then it looks like it could be 6-2, and right up against it then.
Yeah, that's just, it's good for his own, as I said, his confidence, you know. It looked like he was getting a little bit frustrated, things going against him. But winning the frame like that, after it, particularly what had happened, it was, might give him a, well, good boost, not only for this final frame, but for the rest of the session as well. They were only taking this red on. Oh, it was close. Question is, what is he left? Is there a possible pot on here? Is this red available into this left centre pocket? The extreme red of the bunch. Maybe potable. Hold for the black. Oh, just wide, and he's left it.
One. Four. Five. Ten. 11.
Yeah, now the interesting point about this little break is, how is he going to attack this
16.
bunch of reds? Pink is not in a great position for the blue
17.
because it's so far away from the pack. It's not straightforward. If he tries to go into the pack here, direct from the blue. That's why he's played for the loose red.
22.
So he's gonna
23.
play in off the black, but it's not guaranteed this. Never guaranteed. Has he got one into the middle? He's having a good look.
30.
Well, there you see, it doesn't pot. So what's he gonna do? Possible double? Oh, it was a double, but very risky.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 30.
He's left one.
Yeah, big shot coming up here. We know he's queuing well after the last frame. This is his chance now to level this match. In it goes.
Fine.
It's been eventful, hasn't it? And now, very interesting visit. If he can get out of this 4-4, Ken, he's got to be absolutely delighted.
Oh, I'd be delighted to get back to the table. I mean, a very strange shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan there, has to be said. Very risky double, didn't have to play it. And the way he played it, it wasn't like he was playing it with an element of safety. He clearly could leave one of those reds, which
7.
Gary Wilson potted into the middle, so it could be very costly for O'Sullivan. May play a little cannon into these 4 reds just to the right of the ping. No, playing for the loose one.
Twelve. 13.
Yeah, you had a look
19.
at those 4 reds. Well, you can certainly see at least 2 of them pot. And that's why he didn't go into them earlier. So that's good news for Gary Wilson.
20.
Four points behind.
26.
So even if you got these 5 reds and
27.
5 blacks, and that would put him 36 points in the lead with just that 1 red that's on the left-hand side cushion. So it's important that he keeps a check on the score here, because he doesn't want to have to need that safe red.
34.
4 reds, 4 blacks here
35.
would be perfect. I haven't seen him look at the score just yet. Now he has. I'm not quite sure that was the right shot
42.
there, because he could have disturbed those 2 reds that aren't potable, and now he can't get back on the black.
43.
So trying to just nestle into these 2 reds, bring them both into play. He's got the connection. It's not too bad. He'll settle for that. But he's going to need that safe red. That's going to be the
48.
pivotal ball in this frame. Last frame of the session. What a big frame it could turn out to be.
49.
He could play for pink here. Actually, the easiest ball to
55.
remove the red from the cushion is the yellow. See if he goes up for the yellow here. He certainly has. Now, big shot coming up.
56.
Wants to maybe just hit the back of the red, but not hit it too hard. Just bring it into the open, have it into the middle or a corner pocket. Big shot. Lovely. It's okay. He has it into the corner.
Just needs the red to
58.
tie the session coming back tonight. Sullivan is looking right down the barrel here. Seeing it go in.
59.
Well, what a funny old game snooker is. In frame 6, Gary Wilson was poised to win the frame. He was called for a foul that, after looking at replays, didn't look like it was a foul. But from that moment, he's grown stronger. He's looked really good
64.
these last 2. O'Sullivan went for that speculative double, left the red to middle. Wilson knocked it in, and he's levelled up.
66.
Yeah, 2 wonderful breaks, it has to be said. And it's shaped up nicely. What a wonderful session of snooker from
69.
both players. Big breaks, drama, but wonderful frames to finish, and poised beautifully, David, for
73.
tonight.
Absolutely. Tonight's going to be some viewing, isn't it? O'Sullivan's played good stuff as well. Made 2 centuries.
78.
But every credit to Gary Wilson. That setback, he just wiped from his mind and got on with the job in
84.
hand, which is trying to reach the final of this Tour Championship. And it could not be set up better.
84 on the frame, Gary
Tonight,
Wilson.
84 from Gary Wilson to follow the 83 in the previous.
Settle down now, please. Thank you.
Yeah, you
The
can hear
9th
from
frame.
the shouts
Gary Wilson
from the
to
crowd.
break.
That I think, well, it seems like 99% of this crowd want an O'Sullivan victory. So that's what Gary's got to blank out and even use it as a bit of motivation tonight against this man at the table. So important when you're playing Ronnie O'Sullivan in a double session match to stay with him after the first session. That's exactly what Gary's done. So start again tonight. But I agree with you, Phil. This is probably the biggest occasions of his career so far, no doubt about it. If he wants to go to the next level in the game, you know, he's won these 3 home nations tournaments. If he wants to step up and go the next level, win these big events, he's got to cope with this atmosphere and produce his best snooker. For Ronnie O'Sullivan, this is just another day at the office.
Yeah, trying to reach what would be his 64th ranking tournament final. But this afternoon, Wilson showed a lot of psychological strength after that contentious decision in the 6th frame. Many other players might have collapsed. Not him. He thrived. Put some fire in the belly.
Yeah, a decent run of the ball will help. That was a nice flick to the cue ball behind yellow and brown on a baulk cushion. I should see how this session starts tonight. First 2 frames this afternoon were a bit scrappy.
Didn't see anything in O'Sullivan's play this afternoon that worried me, with one notable exception. On 30 in the last frame of the opening session, he took on a very risky and some would say ill-advised double. Apart from that, he was the epitome of discipline, and he needs to be again.
Already. He's 2-3 safety shots, Gary Wilson, where he could have easily have left Ronnie with pots, and he's not done. Nice run of the ball so far. That safety shot was obviously overhit, the cue ball coming in and out of baulk. If Ronnie O'Sullivan's playing the thin edge off the red on the left cushion, that's such a difficult shot. It's not very often you see Ronnie O'Sullivan play a containing safety shot. It was decided there was no path back to baulk. Left a half a chance to the left middle for Gary Wilson.
1.
This will be an interesting shot choice. So easy to lay the snooker, but the yellow is on to right middle. It's not easy. And right in the middle of the pocket. You would expect, or I expect Ronnie
3.
to make a much quicker start tonight than he did in the afternoon, as this is obviously the session to win the match.
4.
He was a bit slow at the blocks this afternoon.
$11. $12.
Must say, Ronnie O'Sullivan's been a professional for 32 years now. He's seen venues come and go. Rarely is a new edition as good as this one. When we went to Alexandra Palace for the first time, you just knew it was going to be a cut above, and that's the same with Manchester Central. We've only been here for a week, but it's plainly obvious
17.
this place is simply ideal for snooker. And the good folk of Manchester, they made this tournament.
18. $24. 25.
You've played all over the world, Steve, and I think you'll agree this venue fits snooker like a glove.
32.
Yeah, it's been fabulous all week, isn't it? Even the mixed
33.
doubles at the weekend. The crowds have been fantastic. Well, that's the shot of the break so far. Beautiful.
40.
What an explosive
Ronnie
kick.
O'Sullivan, 40.
Sean Murphy suffered one
There's a big mark on the red.
a number of years ago, and it went viral. That was, I think, equally extraordinary.
Yeah, that was horrible. But it's bad luck, obviously, but the sympathy I've got from him is tinged by the fact that he's still using the old chalk that no one else uses. The new chalk, you just don't get kicks. Ronnie is persistent with the old triangle chalk. And basically the whole rest of the tour basically know that it's no good. So it's a risk that he takes, but that's still, you have to say, very unfortunate. Just when he looked like he was going to take the frame.
It was just a walloping kick.
And the one thing about Ronnie, though, you'll never ever
8.
hear him moaning about it. He just gets on with it.
9.
But a little early psychological blow Gary Wilson could deal here to his opponent. Somehow get a counter-attack and win the frame at this visit.
14.
And Gary's got the kind of personality you'd take great pleasure
15.
in metaphorically putting the boot in.
The two hurdles are there, plain to see. One red on either side cushion.
23. $30. 31. 38. 39.
Well, he's dropped into a lovely rhythm here, Gary Wilson, in this break. Playing at a really nice pace. Really confident pace. So the last of the easy reds. Now is where the work starts.
46.
Going to win the frame. Right here.
$47.
Yeah, it's pretty good. The last thing he wanted was to be straight on the red
52.
there. This is not easy. These pockets are very tight down the cush.
53.
Wilson retains his 100% record, potting with the rest today.
A little shake of the head tells me it's maybe not a natural angle just to pot the black, and that means the cue ball automatically can in the red. Yeah, needed some sort of manipulation of the cue ball to make the cannon.
60.
Mark Williams spotted the last red. Quite similar to this during his miraculous clearance against Tom Ford. Into a different pocket, but a very similar kind of pot. They are not easy at all. Hence the refusal.
Cheers. Gary Wilson, 60.
A very impressive visit to the table, though, from Gary Wilson. Important that he answered back with a fine break of his own in this frame.
And now from here, the first frame of the evening should be his. Blue and yellow will get the job done.
Six. 11.
Wilson back in front for the first time since 2-1.
15.
And while he's played nicely in this frame, you have to say it revolved around that physics-defying kick.
20. $26.
Gary Wilson, a double ranking event winner this season, is not succumbing to the aura of the Rocket. Wilson leads 5-4.
Frame 10.
To win this match,
Ronnie
Ronnie
O'Sullivan
O'Sullivan
to break.
considered by the bookmakers a 6-1 on certainty. That is not the case now.
I think I hate that shot more than any other shot in snooker. I think Gary Wilson's just played the dump shot, as we call it. Just I know it's a containing shot, but it's so often leads to awkward frames. Unfortunately, Ronnie was able to get the cue ball back into bulk. And not the best shot. Giving his opponent a look at a red to right corner. Which I'm absolutely shocked. After the frame is just played, why is he not taking the red onto right corner? Strange shot choice for me. I can only think he didn't fancy playing it with left-hand side, because he would have had to do that to avoid contact in other reds. He obviously didn't fancy it. Wow. That's an unforced error.
Gary Wilson has already displayed a lot of heart, a lot of grit to get this far in the tournament. Beating Mark Selby 10-8 and then Zhang Anda by the same score. He went 8-7 down to Zhang in very disappointing circumstances.
6.
On a break of 60, he missed a really simple red, needing only the blue in addition. Anda cleared up with 55, and you thought, well, maybe Wilson's goose is cooked. Far from it. He played 3 really good frames from there on in to prevail. And again today at 4-2, you thought the match was slipping away. But he's proving stubborn. $12. $13.
That kick that Ronnie O'Sullivan got in the first frame is, well, it's proven already to be a huge moment at the start of the second session, because you would have had to have expected that Ronnie would go on and win the frame. He was right in amongst the balls. No reason to think otherwise. But the change in the match now is incredible. Gary Wilson's flying.
20.
Overhit that one though.
played for the blue. And they've got a bit more work to do with the cue ball. Not sure if he can even screw directly into the main bunch from the yellow here. That's an option. Lots of cue power required here. Here we go. How's your luck? Well, plenty of luck, but all bad, unfortunately.
22. Gary Wilson, 22.
You want to come around to look as Gary left a plant to left corner. Those 4 reds around the pink spot. No, they're not available. Needs protection from the yellow. A little bit fortunate. Who could begrudge him that, though, after what happened in the first frame?
One. Bramble. Gary Wilson, 1.
Ronnie can get through to this red, to left corner. Not sure where they can avoid the cue ball going into other reds, though. No, couldn't, so had to get the pot. So it was a very good pot. Somewhat awkward queuing on the blue. That's why the green is being looked at again.
Four.
Cast your minds back, snooker fans, to January in the World Grand Prix. Ronnie O'Sullivan beat Gary Wilson 5-1, and he had a dream run in that match, or more precisely, Wilson had a nightmare run.
Ronnie O'Sullivan,
Thankfully for
5.
Wilson on this occasion, the O'Sullivan fluke did not lead to a frame-winning contribution.
One. Foul. A miss. Gary Wilson, 1. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4. Free ball.
Oh, what an error. Well, Gary Wilson will be relieved that that, as I say, glaring error not to reach the brown has not cost him anything, except, I suppose, now being glued to the baulk cushion. This red is going to come thin off the right-hand side of it as we look. Probably one of the most difficult safety shots in snooker. Hitting across the object ball, full length of the table, from tight under the baulk cushion. And he's going to the red in the middle of the table. Instead, it's a little bit easier a shot. That's red. It's the right middle for Ronnie, but the colours are not ideal at all.
One.
Not a single colour where it should be. Yeah, just a few signs of frustration in Ronnie Sullivan's body language at the moment. Let's say he was in full flow until he got that kick in the first frame. Since then, it seems to have, along with his opponent's play, just got to him a little bit. That's rescued the situation really well. That pot in the blue, getting that back on its spot. These days, Stephen, lots of players display ambidextrous skills, but there's none better than O'Sullivan.
7. $12. 13.
If he's got an angle, he may be tempted to play topspin off the right cushion, lots of right-hand side. A cannon into black, green and red. Decided against it. Maybe just didn't have enough angle. Thought he was on the shot.
18.
This cue ball needs to run.
19.
That is no good there. That's a very rare occurrence. Ronnie O'Sullivan finished short in the blue. Can he leave himself some sort of pot? He's done well, really, to get the cue ball there.
24.
For the second time in the break, O'Sullivan's left-handed abilities coming to the fore, and look where the cue ball is, this time on the correct side of the blue. No, surely it's the cannon into, say, red, black and green here. Oh, that was a big target. Still on this red, though. So can he get an
30.
angle again on the blue to go for the cannon a second time?
31.
It's just run a bit far. It's still on the cannon. Just means you've got to really nip the cue ball a bit more. It was asking an awful lot, even for a genius. He likes that pocket.
$37.
No, I didn't see any
39.
apology after that, Red, so maybe it was a kind of speculative pot come safety. Whatever.
42.
On this second frame.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 42.
The break ends at 42.
It's got a light on the front.
His lead is 27. So Wilson needs 2 snookers, but if he pots the brown, he'll only need 1 on the blue.
4.
Yeah, I suppose a little bit premature of me to say Ronnie's won the frame. It'd be decent effort for Gary Wilson to get the snooker.
9.
We normally say to get the 6-point foul, you probably have to lay about at least half a dozen snookers to get one that finally brings the foul from your opponent.
Gary Wilson, 9.
Of course, with the blue still on the table, extra ball means supposedly a better chance of snookers, but he could only have forced a re-spotted black with a 5-point penalty, whereas if he gets a 6-point penalty, Wilson could plunder the frame outright.
Foul. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 6.
Surely that's
Frame
that.
conceded, frame
Indeed
Ronnie
it
O'Sullivan.
is. There we saw a little bit of the Ronnie razzle-dazzle. 42 break, very entertaining, 5-all.
The 11th frame. Gary Wilson to break.
You know, this season's been golden for Ronnie O'Sullivan, even by his standards. 5 big tournaments won. He's played 47 matches on tour and won 40 of them. If that record is going to be enhanced, he'll need to mind his P's and Q's from here on in. seasoned observers of Ronnie O'Sullivan will know when he has those short spells in matches where the mask of discipline slips a little. It was certainly the case at points in frame 10, but I think now he's won it and he's back on level terms. The match play head will be back on.
So often in these long matches, Ronnie will have a burst where he'll kind of just go into overdrive and win 3, 4, 5 frames in the blink of an eye. Still yet to happen. Ronnie went back to his chair, shaking his head. He's smiling. I think he's just completely forgot about this plant that he's left Gary Wilson. This is a gift. Where's the cue ball going to end up, though? Not great. I think the pink is on to left middle. Blue's a possibility. He's looking at the black. Oh, this is a brave shot, this pink. It's the sort of shot I feel if you turn down, it sends a little message to your opponent.
That's in his top 5 shots of the match for me. We've got Golf's Masters at Augusta next week, and that's the equivalent of one of those knee-knocking 5-footers downhill with lots of break for par. You don't want to take them on, but you know you have to knock it in, and when you do, it makes you feel good.
Seven. Eight. Ten.
It's happened a lot today in this match where the colours have been tied up. A lot of the frames have not been open. In this case, it's the 2 highest value colours, pink and black, out of commission.
11. $16. $17. 22.
As Stephen explained, with the colours tied up, had to do something with the cue ball there, and when you've got bridging like this, it's a real stretch.
Sure.
Well, this red will possibly bring the black into play. It's quite an aggressive shot choice.
Okay. Gary Wilson, 22.
Not sure if Ronnie's got the angle on this red to stun the cue ball round the back of the black for it into the same pocket. There is room to get the cue ball underneath the black. And I played the direct screw and it's worked out nicely. I don't think he played the cannon off that red, but he's on the black. Not easy bridging. Nope, not there. Oh, it is there. I was just about to say he doesn't want to kick here. like the other shot, bridging over the spider.
The black is clearly a fan of Ronnie O'Sullivan, because I'm astounded that fell. That caught so much of the near jaw. Okay, at pocket weight, but even then.
Ah, that's as poor a shot as Ronnie's played all week. Blue may still be potable, but the cue ball should have been nowhere near there. Into the pink and two reds here.
Foul.
Well,
Ronnie O'Sullivan,
Called a
9.
foul.
Gary Wilson, 5.
is it for a push?
Oh, no, he was going for the blue. The sound and the reaction, that's it. I think it was a push. Push through it.
I'm not sure about that, Phil. Was that a push shot?
Well, this is very sporting from Gary Wilson, first off.
No.
That looked absolutely fine.
Well, it didn't look or sound fine to me, so no, Gary, no. I'm not.
You should be able to check on the main table.
With that one, I'm not, because you need sound as well, so no.
Every credit to Gary Wilson there, regardless of the decision. It was a sporting thing to do. He asked Paul Collier if he could check that. Paul refused. You might have heard Paul Collier say he called push because of A, the sound, and B, the reaction. I don't know, and I'm not copping out either. What I will say is that Ronnie O'Sullivan clearly was surprised.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the referee's got a closer view of it than us, and he can not only see the shot, he can hear the shot, the connection. It was quite an acute angle to play a push, and that's clearly seems to have knocked Ronnie off a little bit. The last two pot attempts have been not close at all.
These controversial push shot decisions seem to follow Gary Wilson around in his first match in defence of the Scottish Open. in the vital portion of the match against Elliot Slesser. Slesser was convinced that Wilson had played a push. Wilson said no and ended up winning the match. The one good thing about that little incident was that it's not going to have a great material effect on this frame. Although, if O'Sullivan had remained in, he might have stayed in.
One. Three. Four.
Where the balls are, every pot that Wilson can complete here will strengthen his hand.
Six.
Well, it could have been worse. He has got pots on. This red to right corner. Or is he playing the cut to left? Trusting a little bit with the cue ball here.
Seven.
Decent effort. That's very tight. I mean, you could risk playing it with a touch of right-hand side. Try and square up the angle. Very dangerous shot to play. That's a great shot. Very good.
$14. Gary Wilson, 14.
A good visit that ended with a not so good shot.
One.
It's amazing how first frames of sessions can dictate how the rest of it goes. Go back
6.
again to that kick that Ronnie got when he looked certain to win the first frame in one visit. This night could have taken a whole different
7.
turn. Now he's struggling a bit, especially with a cue ball, which is very unusual for Ronnie O'Sullivan. He's got the best cue ball in the game, best as ever been. Everything's a bit hard work at the moment.
12. $13.
Again, that cue ball's just travelled literally a couple of millimetres too far. And he's got more angle in this red. Okay, he should still pot it, no problem, but more angle than he wanted.
20.
And does he risk brushing off the other red in playing for the black here? He thought about it. He went up the cue ball
21.
and then decided against it, went low to avoid the red. So this is a shot that could determine the frame.
In many respects, that shot symptomatic of his day so far. Really unlucky. I called him a genius earlier. How about Maverick?
Yeah, I suppose he thought that was a big pocket with the other red there. It was such a careless safety shot from Gary Wilson. Whether it was a sort of half-hearted attempt at the double, but to leave that red over the right middle. But even then, he must have thought, well, I might get back to the table. It's not the best table to make a one-visit clearance, but look at it now. It's the genius of O'Sullivan to turn in an awkward table into a winning one in the blink of an eye.
40. 42.
At the vast majority of tournaments, this, if it's successful, could be a candidate for clearance of the week. It won't beat Mark Williams's first-round effort to deny Tom Ford in the decider, but it's a wonderful effort nevertheless.
So, 45. 49. 54.
It's been another incident-packed frame.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 54 on the frame.
But when push came to shove, O'Sullivan delivered.
Thank you. Frame 12. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Totally botched break-off from O'Sullivan. If he gets away with this, he's been really fortunate.
eyeing this red up to far left corner. Pretty clever with the cue ball. Okay, he's left Gary this red to left middle, but this is far from easy. May even have a nicely snookered by the jaw of the middle pocket for the red to right corner. Yeah, I agree. This is a big one for Gary Wilson, because I think going into the interval 2 frames behind, I think Ronnie probably pulls away. So a very important visit to the table, this for Gary Wilson. Show Ronnie that he's still there. He's not wilting.
5. Six. $11.
O'Sullivan knows from past experience that Wilson can be spirited. And they met in the first round of the World Championship in 2017. It was a really good contest. Wilson made a couple of centuries and only ended up beaten 10-7.
19.
And of course, as we mentioned this afternoon, Wilson did beat O'Sullivan 4-3 on the way to winning the Scottish Open for the first time in 2022. Held himself together with a 73 break in the decider.
$20.
I thought he might have been a bit more aggressive there, because you see where the cue balls ended up in the middle of the pack. If he'd played that with pace, topspin, he could have gone into the bunch there, brought more into play. Kind of a bit of a nothing shot, especially if you look now where the black's gone. How would you get in a colour from
27.
here? Oh, that's a brilliant shot.
28.
From where he was, he's done so well to get the cue ball even to there, without fouling the red.
$33. Cheers. 34.
A beautiful angle in the blue to go into the top red of the bunch, bring them into play. No, still picking off the loose reds. I'm not sure if the red that's touching the black is available to left corner.
39.
If it is, he'll probably play for that one.
$40.
And that shot tells me it does go. And there's a red, the 3 reds at the bottom of the pack. The right hand side red I think is available, possibly to right middle. But This is good stuff from Gary Wilson. As I say, just showing Ronnie he's still there. He's not weakening at all. Composure looks good. Focus looks good.
46. 47.
That's end of break, I think, after this black. Not sure it's got any angle at all to bring reds into play. Dead straight, you can see it there. Played for the double. Top red, right middle.
54. Gary Wilson, 54.
When you've got to propel the red quite a distance into the cushion to play a double like that, they are so difficult to judge. And it was always wide. Useful lead, though.
Similar to Gary previously, no angle in the black, well, just the slightest angle. Maz, he just brought that red into play to the left middle pocket. These two reds. It's just been incredible. Well, that view, it looks like the red flies in. But when you're behind the red looking into the pocket, sometimes the view's completely different. I think he's playing the split. It's okay. Got one to the far right corner. Okay, not easy. And
16.
Slightly bridging over the black. But if this goes in, he goes favourite to win the frame.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 16.
So close.
Yeah, it's a problem with those shots. The thin angle. You get so close but they don't go in. The red just stays there. And those
one.
Now 37 points behind. Ronnie is favourite now to win this frame. And as we've already mentioned, big frame.
He cleared up with 54 to snatch frame 11 when the balls were configured very awkwardly.
4.
Here, they're pretty much perfect.
$11. 12. 19. 20.
You just get a sense. The red that Ronnie potted a few minutes ago up to the green pocket, just get a sense that he can sense that this is a big moment in this match. Why he took the red on.
25.
You can almost see his
26.
focus and increase. That's what makes him the winning machine that he is.
$30. 32.
We say quite a lot of this game's about fractions.
35.
Gary Wilson doesn't finish straight in the black. He can maybe open the reds up. He maybe wins the frame. He doesn't. He finishes straight. End of break. And
39.
he's lost the frame.
Blue and pink needed.
$44.
Hear the roar.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 57 on the frame.
To relish, just like his shirt. Mustard, 7-5.
But Gary Wilson, he's back 2 frames behind.
Thank you, frame 13.
The final mini session, no more intervals, first to 10 to reach the final of the Tour Championship. Wilson has competed superbly in this match, but just the odd frame tonight has gone the other way. It's made the difference.
Well, it's been a terrific match so far. It's been something of a brawl, hasn't it, with lots of shots being played. The odd incident. O'Sullivan has managed to gain a 2-frame lead. He's not anywhere over the line yet, you feel. Being almost matched, I think, by Wilson. Clearly, that last frame to take him in front could well be very big. That's opening red, not simple.
Well, Sullivan with a plaster on his thumb. Not sure what's happened there.
$8.
Really is a big match for Wilson, isn't it? You know, he's won 3 ranking titles in recent times. He's been a World Championship semi-finalist. But in terms of, does he now go up another level from there? Winning a match like this, maybe winning a tournament like this.
$14. $15.
Yes, he doesn't hang around either. He's a pretty quick player. Can win frames.
22.
Almost as quickly as the man he's playing can do.
23.
Yeah, I think he has really good presence around the table. You know, he doesn't look like he's going to be intimidated by anybody.
It's definitely a good way to be at this game.
30.
He can be a little bit too agreeable sometimes out there, especially playing the man he's playing tonight. It's not really his style. Off the table, he's a good guy, but on it he plays it tough. Makes it about himself, which is really what it is when you're out there.
31.
Got a slight angle, not too many reds available, if any. Obviously the red on the right, but you have to get behind it somehow. He'll be happy with that because he didn't quite catch the race. That red could have finished anywhere, the one red that came out. Is it a 3-ball plant? That's what he's now eyeing up. Well, those two reds are in line, but the red, the left-hand red of the three is not quite square up to the other two.
$37.
Oh, that is a fabulous positional shot if he's on that top red. What a shot. There was not
39.
an acre of room to land in. Beautiful shot. You've really got to trust in your control, your ability to get that cue ball wherever you want to be able to play that shot.
$40.
Now, is it 3-ball plant or a 2-ball plant? There's some reds all lined
47.
up. Yeah. If it wasn't for the left-hand red, this would be a certainty. So sure it is.
Gary Wilson, 47.
The first red was, as I said, below the other two. They were in line. But the first red was the reason that was missed. It threw it offline.
Because he's 54 in front in the last frame and lost it, 47 in front here.
Foul. Gary Wilson.
All happening, isn't it, in this match? All action.
Yeah, another big shot in a match full of them. 51 in front already.
One.
So the chance to pull one back. Just thinking when Gary was a teenager, the Nations Cup was played in Newcastle, and he was invited along from the snooker club, effectively as a mascot, to sort of meet the senior players. Ronnie O'Sullivan played in that. And now here we are, all these years later, 25 years later, in fact, Gary Wilson standing up to him.
6. Seven.
Almost there. red
14.
colour. Not a 1 visit frame, but a 2 would certainly suffice at this stage.
15.
Yeah, this black effectively for 7-6. So he didn't win it in one visit, but that doesn't matter. He's come out after the interval
22.
looking really good, looking really determined to take the fight to O'Sullivan for the rest of the night.
He's got a really good control of the cue ball,
23.
even that last black to nudge the reds. He knows exactly where that ball is going. Yes, he's probably up against the greatest break builder and touch player we've got. In fact, there's ever been, but
28.
he's got a very good play, Gary Wilson.
29.
Good game. And when he's good, he is exceptionally good.
$35. 36.
Yeah, and all of the excitement of the way that Judd Trump and Ronnie O'Sullivan, Mark Allen, Jung Andrews played. He's won
43.
2 ranking events this season, Gary Wilson. Home nation's very
44.
tough. 1-2-8 players starting out. Only one goes home with the win. So he's a proper player.
51. 52. 57. 59.
He's looked so comfortable in this frame.
62.
Real, as I say, determination about the way he's striding around the table.
$66.
These two putting on a real show for this capacity crowd.
$71.
And it's about to get even more dramatic. Still potential 6 frames left.
$77.
So 2 visits, 47.
Gary Wilson, 84 on the
An
front.
84 clearance from Gary Wilson, exactly what he needed when they resumed after the interval. The O'Sullivan advantage is reduced to 7-6. It's on
Thank
your
you,
marks
frame
with
14.
Allen and Williams.
Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
O'Sullivan 7-6. Wilson has dominated frame 13. 84, the second break. He was already 47 in front. They're both really going for it as well, aren't they? You know, they're taking on their shots, trying to make things happen.
Oh, it's a proper tear-up, isn't it, these two? And O'Sullivan usually is the player who wins these sort of matches when they go this way. Just hit the wrong side of that one. Needs a bit of help here. You don't know where anything's going to finish. It's not a simple red, this. You know, it looks easy, but the way he's cueing it from the cushion, cue ball coming down towards the bulk colours, it's not an absolute gimme to start. Nicely played. Obviously the black is always what O'Sullivan is eyeing up from the start of any break. See if he can get it into play. At the moment it is a little awkward, but it's not impossible he could free it. Red at the bottom, or the top of the bunch, is also on there, you can see.
3.
So it's an early in a frame, but it's still got to be worked upon. Balls are not exactly perfect.
4. Nine. 10. 15. 16. 22.
Yes, he's just looking at if the black was potable to the left corner from quite low on the right side. Because he's got to think about what happens with the
23.
red that follows his blue. So he was thinking about 3 shots ahead there, whether he comes up with that for the shot. He's got to make a plan on going. Don't know if he can play the shot he was looking at to get on that black. Looks a bit close quarters
28.
down there.
Yeah. 29.
Yeah. He played on it, but I'm not sure he is on it. No way. That is not possible. What an attempt. He tried to free the 3 reds or
35.
do something with those, although he's on that one to middle.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 35.
Well, the worst part about that shot, worse than missing, was the red coming back and disturbing the 3 reds and the black. And the old shoulder movement that went along with it.
Over to Gary Wilson then. To try and hit back in this frame.
One.
At the moment, it feels like they're having a sort of boxing match on the edge of a cliff. Every shot of every visit seems big.
Okay.
Certainly neither player going into their shell. Both going for it.
9.
Yeah, that was also a good red to play on, wasn't it? The one that was blocking off the black. Sullivan, I think, he's more than a little bit concerned. But one thing he will be noting is that his opponent is not intimidated by him.
16. 17.
Now, the chance to go into the 5 reds with the red out in open play, always there as your backup. A lovely player, he really is, and he's in absolutely terrific form.
24. 25.
Yeah, I mentioned obviously from the northeast there was a guy there, Stan Chambers, who did coaching clinics and ran junior tournaments, just gave youngsters the opportunity to play snooker, to learn about snooker. Such an important figure, I know, in Gary's life. Sadly, Stan passed away a couple of years ago, but he always mentions him. The 3 ranking
32.
events he's won, he's always mentioned Stan Chambers in his victory speech.
33.
Just playing at a great pace as well, isn't he? He's not sort of hesitantly walking into the shot, worried about missing.
Just a little bit nervy on that
39.
last shot, though, wasn't he? He wasn't certain it was going to go in off the top jaw, and he ever so slightly overrun.
$40.
I feel that the tension is beginning to mount in this break. He's coped well with scoring what he has, but this is the point where the frame can be won. Got to keep going.
$47. $48.
Now, is he going to play into the pink here and just play the cannon to free the red below it? Beautiful, beautiful little cannon, delightful.
55. $56.
Yeah, Sullivan took on that red to right middle. It came back, it disturbed other reds. Left one on for Wilson. And now what a chance. He's not got much more to do. 2 more pots, in fact, to level the match. Just let that one run a little bit as well, didn't he?
Yes,
63.
the last shot, really, isn't it? Over this ball. Yeah, no problem. And he wouldn't have deserved to if you like, fallen at the last hurdle there. It's been a lovely break.
Well, this is like a duel, isn't it? Who's going to blink first?
69.
Yeah, Sullivan looking on. Of course, the red he missed the middle. The cue ball, the red came back into the
71.
3 reds, which were tying up the black, and they were no longer tied up, basically. But he's taken them so well.
74.
Yeah, Gary Wilson was something of a late bloomer in terms of reaching the top of the game, but now he's well and truly come of age as a bona fide top player, proving it here
83.
today, refusing to be intimidated by his opponent, by the occasion, in fact relishing it. Made 84 in the last frame.
89.
This black for a clearance of 96. Another fabulous
Gary
break
Wilson, 96
by Gary
on the
Wilson.
break.
What a match we're watching here in Manchester this evening. And we're all square once again, 7 each. He's not just won the frames, he's won them handsomely. Breaks of 84, 96.
Sullivan, having looked at the shot, I think he decided that Wilson's safety shot was a good shot. Under his breath, I think that's what he said. It's not left him an easy way back there to where he is now with that cue ball. Very rare you see a Sullivan player sort of a nothing shot like that, but he didn't really have anywhere else to go. So maybe another plan for O'Sullivan. He's tried the mixing it with Gary Wilson, but he stood up to all that. Will O'Sullivan then try and tie him down now? Will that be the new way of approaching this match for him? He seems to have many ways he can win, O'Sullivan, but Gary Wilson is giving him plenty to think about.
Foul.
Oh, that cue ball right in the jaws. I can't think
Gary
that
Wilson 7.
it's going to be anything but O'Sullivan from playing from back there. It's invited him to play from in there. I suppose it's an invitation he's got no choice but to accept, really. Not angled, but still no joy playing in there.
Well, it's a really good safety from O'Sullivan, and Wilson's caught that a bit thick and sat down looking a bit concerned. Arms folded. Terrific shot. Good striking. If anything, he played on the blue and he got back too far, I think, with that cue ball. But as was the previous frame, it's going to take some creating to make this into a sizable break, with the high value colours not there.
Four.
Now, is he going to go into them, or is he just trying to pick the reds off with blue and lower value colours? Taking that red brings the black into play to the left corner after this red is gone.
Ten. $15. $16.
The cue ball took a flyer, I think, off the bunch of reds there. Absolutely zipped back. Not in complete control for once. Now, is he straight enough?
21.
Play his left-handed and hold for the black.
$22.
And there's your answer. He's just not quite getting the right angle on the blues to the next reds in this break, but he's still going.
$27. $28. $35.
I think what he'd like to do here is get an angle on the black, just to move the two reds directly above it, which are both not possible where they stand.
36.
didn't quite have the angle to play that.
43. $44.
Now he's slightly limited what he can do here because he can get to the left side. There might be one red potable to right corner, the one he's looking at, but nothing else will go. Unless, of course, he's sort of a plant, which I'm not sure there is. I think he's not gone far enough. The
49.
last positional shot, red to blue, was the problem. He was really limited in what he could achieve from it. He knows that the last frame he got a decent lead and Wilson mopped up.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 49.
Yeah, he just overdid the white, didn't he, for the blue initially. So 49, but as you say, we've seen all sorts of clearances from both sides in this match.
Well, yeah, it doesn't feel like a very big lead in a frame which has been played at a furious pace with mostly the balls in open play.
Yeah, I mean, there we are. They're the average shot times. O'Sullivan 18 seconds, Wilson 20. When they've been in and scoring, they've just been on the front foot completely, not showing any hesitation. But of course, the safety equally is important.
Rather a strange shot to play. He may have felt that just playing up the table wasn't all that easy, but I'm not too sure what he played there. Is there an edge sticking out? Paul Collier was down the line himself because he might have to replace the balls. No, the green's covering by the looks of things. Unless he plays it with side or whatever. Plain ball, I don't think he can get to a red directly. Yeah, just a bit of left-hand side. You can bend it around the green. But even then, it's going to be check side, so it'd be very difficult if you did play that shot to get the cue ball anywhere down the other end with left-hand side on the ball. If you had a shot to lay up to the two reds just above the arrow next to his name, those two reds, it would be handy. It's a really difficult shot to get that cue ball back. Yeah, he hasn't achieved it. He was in trouble there. O'Sullivan's shot was not to be underestimated, actually, from that previous safety to get behind the green in the first place.
course, he had that monster kick earlier tonight, taking no chances, having the cue ball cleaned. 42 to the good, with his chance to retake the lead.
One. Six. Seven.
So 54, the lead.
12.
2 more pots to get to the snooker's required stage.
13.
Just wrestling the initiative back from Gary Wilson, who put together 2 great frames.
20. 21. $28. Ronnie O'Sullivan,
Well, the
28
snooker
on
behind
the
the
frame.
green in the end made a big difference. Gary Wilson left the chance. Ronnie O'Sullivan has done enough. So he is back in front here at 8-7. 8-7
Thank
it
you,
is
the 16th
the
frame.
second times world champion.
Ronnie
Of course, he won
O'Sullivan
the
to break.
first staging of the Tour Championship in 2019. In fact, he won a thrilling semi-final that year against Judd Trump. 10-9 on the black. Great clearance he made to pinch it.
Played it well. Has he got cover on the red? Might be able to play it with a trace of left-hand side and take it round the green and pop the red. Oh dear. That was the one thing he couldn't really control when he was using that side. To play it at a certain pace to make the shot happen. And this part of it, he didn't really have a lot of say in. They have tried to kiss the left-hand red of the bunch and be on the pink.
Black ball.
Nominated black.
Ronnie O'Sullivan won.
So often you'd see a player nominate something down the other end of the table there. Bolt colour or something to get away, but in hitting the black he's completely nullified any chance of Wilson getting a shot. Oh, good shot. This is luckily not quite getting the cover, but he played it ever so well. You can see his intentions. No, he kind of hoped to get the cue ball to a safe space, but the problem is the red followed it. Bit of a loose one there from Gary Wilson for once on that red. When he plays shots with quite a lot of power, the cue does come through very quickly at times. The one time he doesn't seem in the same control with his shots.
5. Yeah, sure. Six.
Once again, attacking
13.
the key red, which was the red on the black spot. Now, very quickly, it's become a very serious chance. And that is the magic of O'Sullivan early on in a break, locating
20.
a ball he has to remove or an area he wants to land in.
21. $28. $29.
Yeah, still sitting with those arms crossed. But also, I suspect his fingers crossed, because we've seen a few frames where either player's got in front and then a chance comes, and you have to be ready, of course, to take it.
Not seen O'Sullivan have the cue ball clean quite as much as he has done tonight. Not bad, but not exactly A1 positionally.
36. $37.
Quite a nice little shot there, because the yellow would have been there had the cue ball straight onto the cushion. And this looks a bit of a stretch, doesn't it? Goodness me. Black must be easier than that yellow balancing on the table.
I think sometimes players feel when bulk colours sort of end up in those sort of spots, they just shouldn't be there. But as you say, black was the ball.
44. $45.
It's a good shot at making a pretty wide angle out of a just off straight
52.
shot.
$53.
What's the next red from here is the question. It takes some thought. Can he get into the four reds from the blue with left-hand running side, or is it playing on a single red? All options look something of a challenge. He's finished right in between left corner
58.
and right corner where the cue ball's landed.
59.
Well, you heard the applause. What a wonderful shot. Black to lead by 67 with 67 on. And he's on this red to the middle, which is for 9-7. Another wonderful break, this.
66.
Because we've seen it so often, the danger is you sort of take it for granted a bit, but when you really watch, you see how incredible he is.
$74. 75.
So Wilson put together 2 brilliant frames after the interval, but has been largely shut out since.
Yeah, I mean, Wilson has completely stood up to O'Sullivan tonight and asked him the question.
82.
And at the moment, O'Sullivan is answering those questions. It's terrific stuff.
83.
He's had a brilliant season, O'Sullivan. But he's played as well tonight as he has on most of those times when he's lifted titles.
Yeah, I think
90.
what's marked the season is that when he's needed to come good, he has done. And it's happened again here, hasn't it?
91.
He's been put under a little bit of pressure by Wilson, but Gary Wilson, in the last 2 frames, has not potted a ball. Hello. Can clip this
97.
red in and go on, make the century. They're shouting, get in. They're shouting, get in. It's not to be.
Ronnie O'Sullivan,
97 from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Wonderful break that. And he's on the brink of a place in the Tour Championship final. He leads Gary Wilson in this thrilling match, 9-7. He's 9-7 down. Once again, O'Sullivan has made a move.
Wants that cue ball to slow down. It just about has. It seems like most parts of his game are fully operational tonight. The long game's not bad. The mid-range sort of cueing shots, the breakbeat, well, that's never going to disappear, I don't think. And the sort of inventiveness of some of the shots he plays. Worth saying that he did actually play a very important safety shot frame before last in behind the green, which brought about that frame being won.
5.
So as I say, all boxes being ticked.
Six.
So this is his first chance to get it won. And then it'll be up to either Mark Allen or Mark Williams to deny him on Sunday, because they're here all day tomorrow.
Yes, I think he can run this through and be on the black to the opposite corner without hitting the 2 reds, which are next to the black. You'd like to avoid those.
It's okay, Ronnie. 17.
So avoided the reds there, but he'll be moving them
18.
on this shot. Made it look simple, that cannon. He's an artist, isn't he, when he's in amongst them.
25. 26. 33.
Well, could be better on a red, I guess. Got things opened up, so this is another key shot to keep things going. No problem.
34. $37. 38. 45. 46.
I don't think Gary Wilson's done a great deal wrong from 7-all, you know. I think it's more about what Ronnie O'Sullivan has done right. Is he on that red by the pink? Crucially. I think he is. And if this goes in, probably curtains.
Yeah, what a dash for the line this has been. After Wilson so impressively fought back to 7 each from 7-5 down at the interval. You've barely seen him since then.
60.
Well, he
61.
rattled O'Sullivan's cage and was very good in doing so. And he does get beaten. You go to Sheffield as a seeded player with a chance of going well. But he's just run into the irresistible force of O'Sullivan.
67.
Who's responded to a terrific crowd, a great venue, and a wonderful tournament.
68.
It's been a terrific match day, isn't it?
It really has. It really has. But here's the difference between Ronnie O'Sullivan and every other player.
75.
He's not chasing greatness. He is greatness. They're all chasing
76.
him still, after all these years. First ranking title of 93 UK Championship. His second was April the 7th, 1994, the British Open. And on Sunday, 30 years to the day, he'll be looking to win his 42nd.
81.
A career
82.
without limits and seemingly without end.
88. 89. 96.
What a finish.
97.
In true O'Sullivan style, he's won it with a century. He's third of the day, and what a day it's been. Gary Wilson has played his part
102.
in a wonderful match, but from 7 each, he barely had a look in.
104.
It's going to be a 64th ranking final for Ronnie O'Sullivan on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, there were one or two
107.
incidents in the matches, earlier frames, but I don't think it's got anything to do with this result. Gary Wilson, I think, has accepted it all in good grace. He's been beaten by the better player, so none of that matters.
111.
What matters is what we've watched. It's been a fantastic game of snooker, this. It's why we love the game for nights like this.
116.
So this incredible season continues for Ronnie O'Sullivan as he targets a 6th title.
122.
It's up to either Mark Allen or Mark Williams to stop him now. Gary Wilson did his best. But what a finish. Crowd on their feet here in Manchester. 129 clearance from Ronnie O'Sullivan. He marches into the Tour Championship final in fine style. He's won a terrific match here by 10 frames to 7.